6:30 now, and it has been a long day with accumulating snow in northeast Georgia. So the question is, heading into the overnight, what does this mean for roadways? Joining me now to talk about this is Nathan Johnston with GDOT's Northeast Georgia District Number 1. Nathan, you have been very busy throughout the day today. What's the latest for your district?
Yeah, right now we're continuing to plow through the night. That's been the message is to just finish strong as we go into the nighttime and into tomorrow. Our crews will be working throughout as usual, just like they have been all day.
So how many crews do you actually have out there? Have you taken 12-hour shifts, or are the same people working from the morning still working as the sun sets?
That's correct. We have 12-hour shifts. So we have our day shift and our night shift. We also have crews coming up from different districts around the state to come help plow the roads, and it's greatly appreciated. We have so many hardworking men and women here at the Georgia Department of Transportation, and we can't thank them enough for the hard efforts they put in, not only last week, but also this weekend as well, back to back.
And I'm sure, Nathan, you are getting tired as well with back-to-back systems impacting your district. Talk to me about the challenges of this particular coastal storm. I mean, we were colder this weekend than last weekend. It was a pure snow event. But what kind of areas did you find the most difficulty with keeping those main thoroughfares accessible for emergency vehicles in the case that they needed them?
Well, we've done a great job of keeping the roads maintained as much as possible. This snow is a little bit different than what we're used to. We're used to more of a wet snow. This is more of a dry snow. So it can be a little bit harder to plow at times. But again, our crews are ready for every situation. They're trained well, they're prepared months in advance. And that's what we're doing tonight. We're continuing to plow. We're going to put salt down on critical areas where they're needed, starting with bridges and ramps, and then we'll go from there.
And are you just going to be sticking with some of the main roadways, or do you think by the end of the night some of your road crews will get to those, not main interstates, but other state highways, do you think, by the morning?
Yes, we're going to start with our critical routes. That's the main hub up here in Northeast Georgia, and then we'll get to those other state routes throughout the night and into tomorrow morning, like you mentioned. Yes, we will.
So I'm sure more crews working tomorrow morning as well. Here, just after 6:30, the sun's now down. I've been checking some of the road temperatures, the pavements, the sensors that we have across your area of the state. Some of them on the main highways are still kind of upper 20s, but some of them up across far north Georgia, they're down around 20 degrees. What does that tell you moving forward as it's going to get even colder tonight that could happen to areas that might look slushy on roadways now? What would they be like in the morning if your crews didn't make it to those roadways?
Yeah, there's always a possibility for black ice forming. Obviously, the snow will melt on some of the roadways, and then potential refreezing occurs. I was out there earlier in a snowplow myself, riding along with one of our crews, and the roads vary. Some of the patches, some of the areas were clear. Some of them had a little bit more slush. Some of them had more of that black ice accumulated. So the road conditions continue to vary, but our message remains the same, and that's to stay home, stay off the roadways, and make sure that our crews have enough space to work throughout as we head into tomorrow morning.
And you mentioned, Nathan, that you had some assistance coming from other parts of the state. As you move into tomorrow morning, when the sun comes up, what's going to be your next goal with these road treatments?
Yeah, it's to clear the areas that might have not been cleared over tonight. We're just going to be monitoring the roadways throughout tonight. We'll have 12-hour shift crews all through tonight that will be monitoring the roads, driving the roads, plowing the roads, spreading material where it's needed.
And let me ask you more about those materials, because in advance of a storm, you guys brine, and that's really effective with temperatures in the 20s. But is brine and is rock salt, is that as effective with as cold of temperatures as we're expecting Sunday morning?
It helps. It helps. It's obviously not going to prevent entirely from that potential black ice coming onto the roadways here and there. We do have other materials. We have, like you mentioned, the salt. We have the sand, the 89 stone. We also have calcium on hand as well to heat up the temperatures on the roadway if needed. We have all the materials necessary to make sure that the roadways are passable and clear.
You mentioned calcium. Is that calcium chloride?
Yes, correct.
Okay, calcium chloride. And I know also in a couple of counties, I was talking to Emily Fish, one of your GDOT constituents, and she was mentioning that you have experimented a little bit in a few counties with beet juice brine, but it gets a little sticky. Did you use any of that beet juice brine in District 1 before this event?
I am not aware of any at this time, no.
Okay, I was just curious. I'm a little bit nerdy in that respect. A closing message, Nathan, moving forward for residents in District 1. And for those not familiar, District 1, it's Forsyth County, Gwinnett County, Walton County, Dawson County, and points north and east of there. So your district was hit the hardest with this winter storm. What's your message for residents tonight and then again tomorrow morning as the sun comes up and people are getting a little bit antsy?
I think the clearest message to give to those up in Northeast Georgia is to stay home, enjoy the snow, and stay off the roads. Give our crews the space to work throughout, and we appreciate your patience as we get through this storm together.
Nathan Johnston with the District 1 of the Georgia Department of Transportation, Northeast Georgia. I know you've been working a lot of long hours these last few weeks. We really thank you for your time today here on 11 Life Plus and hope that this next week you get a little time off.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. And we'll be back on 11 Live Plus right after this.
I can't hear you. Okay, thank you so much. Let me know if you need anything else into tomorrow as well. And take care. Thank you.
so now that camera's not working. Okay, let's try this again. It is 7 o'clock here, and we have been winding down this evening after some pretty decent snowfall amounts on this Saturday in parts of North Georgia. Some of those highest snowfall totals in northeast Georgia. We had 6 inches or so in Beaufort, 4 inches in Cleveland, Georgia. We had 4 inches in Jefferson, Dawsonville 3.5, and Rest Haven about 3, and 2 inches in Razzle Dazzle Brazelton. Now at this point, though, the sun is set. This is a live camera in Blue Ridge, and what I want you to see is that we still have snow on the sides of the roads, and here, this is a snowy, icy mess, and that's what I'm concerned about overnight tonight in some of these areas that did see snowfall. Athens looking okay on the main street downtown. There are still some flurries flying in Athens and a few other places in North Georgia, but the accumulating snow is just about done at this point. You can see that nor'easter or coastal storm, bomb cyclone, whatever you want to call it. It's pulling off the East Coast, but really cranking that snow up this evening. Savannah over to the South Carolina and North Carolina border, and also to the Outer Banks of North Carolina as well. The National Weather Service has canceled off the winter weather advisory, but is keeping the winter storm warning going as we head through the rest of the evening. No additional accumulation is likely, but it's the impacts and the aftermath of that storm and why they're keeping the winter storm warning in effect. And you can see the spread of the impacts from this storm looking to our north and east. Now, what to know is that the cold air is really settling in tonight. This will be the coldest of the bunch. Wind chills could drop below 0 in many locations tomorrow morning. And so places that did see snow today, the roads tonight, the roads tomorrow morning are slick, dangerous, and icy. Pay attention to those pipes. We have been below freezing all day today. Most of us are below freezing all day tomorrow. So if you notice they're starting to freeze, if you have some of those pipes that are on exterior walls, not insulated, check on them tonight, check on them tomorrow morning. You, of course, want to catch them before they freeze and burst altogether. So pay attention to those pipes. Temperatures right now, 7 o'clock on the dot, 21 degrees here in Atlanta, 13 in Blairsville, and 14 degrees in Clayton. So it's very cold outside. It's not just cold, it's windy. We've seen these wind gusts the last couple of hours peaking above 40 miles an hour here at the airport of the city. Now, most of the suburbs have been below that. We have a 33 mile per hour gust, Covington, Peachtree City, Carrollton, and a 30 mile per hour gust in Canton. But that's dropping the wind chills already to -2 in Blairsville, 4 here in Atlanta, and 1 in Gainesville, Canton, and Carrollton. So as we head through the night, we're going to see the temperatures getting colder, these road temperatures getting colder as well. We're already seeing those numbers dropping down to the 20s and teens far north Georgia and 20s across eastern Georgia. So winds are with us tonight. They'll die down a few notches, but it's still breezy first thing tomorrow morning. That creates a wind chill effect outside. I'm worried about the cold temperatures, exposure to the cold. I'm worried about refreezing on roadways and a lot of closures tomorrow morning in areas east of Atlanta that did have snowfall today. So those are the impacts that we're expecting through the overnight. You can see a big picture. Extreme cold warning in this purple color for all of North Georgia. The wind chills tomorrow morning dropping. You can see lows themselves, 16 in Atlanta, 14 in the outlying suburbs. Fresh snowpack to the east. I wouldn't be surprised if these numbers are actually a degree or two colder than that. Fresh snowpack does a huge difference to the temperatures in one location versus another that doesn't have snowpack. It acts like a refrigerator and an insulator. It keeps the cold in, it traps the cold in, it keeps you even colder like an icebox. Wind chills in the morning, dropping below 0 degrees. It's going to be frigid cold, wind chills in the negatives, and in North Georgia in the mountains, wind chills will be about -10. So really cold start to the day. We still keep a breeze around tomorrow, but it's not really windy like we have been all day today. So we're going to call wind chills in the teens still for midday tomorrow. Then in the afternoon, we'll see them climbing up into the 20s. So a cold day all around, and that cold will last into Monday morning as well. And that's why we've extended our weather impact alert. From the beginning, we said it was not just going to be about the snow, it was really going to be about that cold air. And tomorrow is a day when most of us north of Atlanta don't make it above freezing. And then into Monday morning, we're still in that sub-freezing era. So planner for tomorrow, wind chills minus in the negatives first thing in the morning, single digits for the morning hours, climbing up to the 20s late in the afternoon on your Sunday. There will be a fair amount of sunshine throughout the day tomorrow. You'll get some good melting on like asphalt and blacktop surfaces that are in the sun, but in the shade, it's not quite warm enough to give us some good melting. So if you got 4 or 6 inches of snow today, that's snow. Unless you're in the sunshine, most of it will still be around tomorrow. Little temperature rebound coming in though once we get past tomorrow. 47 for Monday and then 50s on Tuesday. That will also mean our morning lows get a little bit milder or less brutally cold. There's no low temperature this week that's not below freezing, but 16 in comparison to 30, that's a little better outside. Okay, 7-day forecast. You see our weather impact alert through tomorrow for the extended cold, through Monday morning for the cold, and then by Monday afternoon we're rebounding to the mid and upper 40s. That will not feel hot outside, but it will feel a little more comfortable and tolerable, we'll call it. More clouds building in on Tuesday. There is a chance of some showers Tuesday overnight through Wednesday morning. We've got with a 40% chance of some showers on Wednesday, and we're going to keep those temperatures at or just below average for the rest of the week and into next weekend. So no really big polar plunge coming this way after we see this current batch retreating. We'll be back here at 7:30, the bottom of the hour, with another extended live update on 11 Alive Plus. And you can also catch our looping graphics coming on, showing you that radar, the temperatures outside, right after this. Good evening. It is 7:30 and we're still tracking the snow moving out, but the dangerous cold settling in, and it's going to be with us as we head into the day tomorrow. So we have our weather impact alert going all the way through Monday morning for dangerous cold and the aftermath of the snow as well. You know, not everybody saw snow today that stuck and accumulated. We had some areas that just had, flurries all day. We had some areas that picked up an inch or two. We had some areas that got 4 to 6 inches of snow. And so the impacts from that snow widely vary. But what I want to stress is with this cold air moving in, I want you to treat any roadway surfaces as if they're ice if they look wet. We also have with this dangerous cold the need to put on lots of extra layers and bundle up in a big way. So frigid temperatures tomorrow morning, wind chills between -10 and 5 degrees. Roads could be refrozen. Areas that are slushy and slick, GDOT is doing their absolute best job along with county road crews as well. They're throwing rock salt down, they're using sand and all that, and calcium chloride even. But watch out for icy areas, and then also check on your pipes. If your pipes burst or got close to bursting in 2022, I want you to watch those pipes as our sub-freezing air continues. And this is evidence of those roads turning slick. This is downtown Blue Ridge, and you can see we have, accumulated snow on the sides of the roads, but look at this. This is a hill here. Do you see how it's glistening? That is all icy. It's all very slick. There is snow, but it's icy, so you don't see, I've been watching this. I'm not seeing any cars coming up and down that camera. This afternoon, we saw cars driving by, but now that the sun is set, people up in Blue Ridge, they know it's not the time to be driving around. Athens, we do have some cars driving around. They've come through with a lot of road crews there. The road is flat in the downtown area. I know it's a bit hilly on campus in general, but it's looking okay in downtown. We do still have a little bit of snow on the ground there, but this coastal storm is pulling northeast. Earlier we were the target area of where all the snow was falling. Now that has shifted through the Carolinas, and it's really cranking up there across the Outer Banks and eastern North Carolina. That snow pushing in towards Norfolk as well. And the snow rates as this storm intensifies could be impressive in some of these areas. So we're watching that, but here the accumulating snow is done. There are still flurries that are moving through North Georgia. Winter weather advisory has been canceled. The winter storm warning continues until 1 o'clock tonight. The only reason this is still in effect is because the aftermath of the snow. There's still slick roadways and all of that. There's no additional accumulations coming, but it's the impact from that snow that's on the ground as the cold air settles in. And those winter storm warnings stretch as far north as Norfolk, but not quite into the D.C. area. Cold is settling in. Skies are going to clear tonight, and with that, we'll be dropping down to very cold levels by first thing in the morning. Those temperatures right now, 21 in Atlanta, 19 in Dalton. Blairsville is 13 degrees. It is 14 in Clayton, 18 in Gainesville. And as we talk about these cold temperatures, we also have to talk about what are the ground temperatures doing. I just want to tell you some of these numbers because this tells the story of how nighttime rapidly changes what those road conditions can be like. I-75 at 10th Street here in Atlanta, 28 degrees, okay? Now I'm going to look at a sensor up in Forsyth County, Georgia 400 at State Route 20, Beaufort Highway. 23 degrees is the current road temperature. In Gainesville, the current road temperature is 27. Dahlonega, Lumpkin County, US 19, Georgia 400 at State Route 60, road temperature 22. And then driving at Neels Gap, State Route 11, which is right up in here, okay? Snow covered, road temperature 12. That's dangerous. That's dangerous. So they've had road temperatures 12 degrees the last 10 minutes. At the top of the hour, last hour, the road temperature was 14, and then before sunset it was at 20. So we have a lot of really cold temperatures settling in on the roadways, and we also have really cold temperatures for wind chills settling in. Current wind gusts still gusting at times and upwards of 30 miles an hour. That current gust in Atlanta, let's see if we can populate this map. 38 mile an hour gust, 39 in Canton, Gainesville, 33 mile per hour gust. That wind is brutal. I mean, we were streaming and on TV all afternoon on 11 Alive, and we could hear the winds through the cinder block walls at the studio. That's how loud they were howling outside. I actually want to take the moment and pull up some of our peak wind gusts. Let's pull them up. We had a 46 mile an hour gust when I was on streaming this afternoon. 63 rather. We had a 63 mile per hour gust. And that's what we have here. So we gusted 1 hour to 60, 1 hour to 63. I'm not sure if they're completely accurate. We're just looking into that as well with the National Weather Service. But you can see here around, we've had a lot of those peak gusts, 40, 45 miles an hour. So some really windy conditions transpiring through the day today. And that's dropping these wind chills down into the negatives already. -1, the current wind chill in Canton, -1 in Clayton, 1 in Gainesville, 4 in Atlanta, 7 in Peachtree City, and 5 in Covington. So as we head through the overnight, we're still going to have gusty winds, so we'll keep those wind chills dropping several more degrees in areas that got snowfall. Still a high impact on the roads because of refreezing. There is a low chance of power outages across the board. It's just from the winds, so I don't really expect many outages. Areas that got snowfall east, still a very high chance of delays or cancellations on Sunday morning. Okay, so on Sunday morning. So areas in West Georgia that didn't see as much snow, you know, your roads may be looking okay. That snow was such a powdery snow. The wind was blowing it across the road surfaces today. It was amazing. As I was driving down 75 today, it looked like we were in Kansas during a blizzard or something like that, because the snow was just kind of powdery snow. It was getting blown across the roadway pretty easily. And it wasn't until it got caught, so to speak, on the gutter, the side of the road, or the grass, that would finally stick and actually adhere to a surface. But the road pavement is too smooth of a surface for a lot of that powdery snow to stick on and adhere to initially. But GDOT has also said that the powdery nature of the snow and how it was blowing around made it actually difficult to plow the road surfaces as well. Extreme cold warning tonight. We're seeing those wind chills dropping down below 0 in many areas of North Georgia. So this is the next impact from our weather impact alert, is the cold. We've already been below freezing in Atlanta since 2 a.m. this morning. Many areas in far North Georgia dropped below freezing around 10 o'clock last night, and we're still below freezing. Tomorrow morning, 16 in town, 5 in Blairsville and Clayton, 14 in Gainesville and Athens. So it's going to be really cold tomorrow morning. Let's talk about the wind chills. Here they are looking forward this evening. Let's take it all the way to tomorrow morning. Wind chills, a couple degrees colder than now. As we work our way into the afternoon, we'll see them climbing above 0. So first thing in the morning, wind chills could be -10 in far North Georgia, as low as about 5 below here in metro Atlanta, and then south of Atlanta, 0 to 5 degrees for those wind chills. Wind chills at noon tomorrow, around 10 degrees, and then the winds will calm down a little bit in the afternoon. That will pull those wind chills up into the 20s. Then we go into Monday morning, and there's just enough of light wind to pull those wind chills back down again into the teens. So there's a lot of cold air to come before we can finally thaw things out. Now, we've been talking about how many hours straight that people would spend at or below freezing. I think for areas in and south of Atlanta, we're going to pop just above it in the afternoon. I'll show you tomorrow's highs. But there's still going to be some areas in here that may not climb above freezing. So we keep that weather alert going, the weather impact alert. There's going to be some areas that are not climbing above freezing tomorrow. And even if we do climb above freezing here in Atlanta, it's only a few hours worth. It's only like 3 hours in the afternoon. Then we're back below freezing again. But we are going to see a nice thawing taking place as we head towards Monday of the upcoming work week. Temperatures will be in the mid and upper 40s, and then 50s on the way for Tuesday. That will almost seem like, you know, a little bit of a heat wave, so to speak. Now, as we get into Tuesdays, we're warming up. We're also tracking moisture. I want to show you that on the European model. Here's our snow from today, pulling out of here. We have sunshine returning for Monday. Tuesday, we start dry. Clouds are increasing, and then by the evening, here comes some rain. So there will be some rain showers coming in Tuesday, really evening, but more overnight through early on Wednesday morning. By Wednesday afternoon, it's out of here. This system, though, we're going to be warm enough to where it is all rain and not snow. So all rain and not snow. Speaking of snow, let me show you some snow measurements from today. This one in Gainesville, about 1.5 inches before the snow fully ended. That was from Jade. I'll show you another photo. This one coming in from Auburn, Georgia. About 3 inches and change in Auburn. Great snow measurement picture there. Grayson, Georgia from Sierra Moore. A little over 1 inch there in Grayson. And then here's another nice winner. You know, Gwinnett County, widely ranging snow totals. Hardly anything near Norcross, but up in Decula, up in Sewanee, we saw some better snowfall amounts. This one from Sandy Packard Stone in Decula, about 4.75 inches of snow there, just shy of 5 inches. Moving forward, our weather impact alert continues until Monday morning, tracking that bitter cold air that's going to be overhead. Watch for those wind chills tomorrow morning, bundling up in lots of layers. Don't forget hats, scarves, gloves, ear warmers, all of that. It's not just about the jackets, folks, tomorrow. You want to make sure you're protecting your head, your face, your ears, your fingers, and extra layers of socks to make sure that heat does not escape your body. Also, don't forget about pets. We always talk about the 4 P's in the cold. Plants, pets, pipes, people. Check on elderly, check on your pipes. Plants, well, sorry, your camellias might not like it tomorrow morning. And then, of course, the pets and the pipes. So pets, bring them inside. At least give them the garage to stay in tonight or something like that, because it is going to be really cold. When we get those temperatures below 20 degrees, it's not just the small animals that are impacted by the cold. All those are impacted by the cold. So think of everybody around you in this weather impact alert. You'll see live radar after this. We'll be back again at the top of the hour with another update on what to expect. It is 8 o'clock. I'm meteorologist Melissa Nora with this update on 11 Alive Plus. We have had snow, and some of us have not seen much more than flurries today, but that snow is now wound down in terms of accumulations. There are still some flurries ongoing, but those will also be ending. But tomorrow morning, some of these roadways are still going to be in kind of rough shape where we did get a bit of snowfall today. We've had a few reports of over 4 inches of snow. Beaufort had 6 inches of snow. We had in kind of Sewanee area as well, and out towards Decula, we had 4 to 5 inches of snowfall and some pretty good snowfall totals as well out in Oglethorpe County. Cleveland, Georgia, about 4 inches. Dawsonville, 3.5, and even 2 inches in Brazelton. But here at the airport, just flurries a lot throughout the day. We keep that weather impact alert going as dangerous cold settles in the aftermath of the snowfall. So really 3 main impacts that I want you to be aware of moving forward. Number one, the frigid temperatures. Wind chills right now already dropping below 0 in some areas, and that will be more common first thing tomorrow morning. Wind chills in the negatives. So we're watching that for an impact to your body as you're outside. But that cold air plays an impact on the roadways. It plays an impact on pipes as well. So roadways will have refreezing overnight tonight. If road crews got near your house and they plowed things away and they threw some rock salt down, that's great. Hopefully that adds a little bit of traction. But I want you to assume that anything that looks wet outside tonight is actually ice on the roadways, because we are still looking at temperatures dropping down from the 20s into the teens by tomorrow morning, and that could add really icy spots on the roadways. All right, also pipes. We've been below freezing now in most of North Georgia for nearly 24 hours. We're going to go through the day tomorrow with some of us climbing above freezing a little bit, but pay attention to those pipes with consecutive cold days in a row. Make sure they're thawing out so they don't refreeze and make a mess. Watch this car coming down that icy, snowy road. It's going very slow, and let's see if it stops at the red light there. It's going to go. It's going to right turn, so it's allowed. But you see how slow it's going? So this is downtown Blue Ridge, and it was coming down that hill. It's actually the first car I've seen in the last 2 hours watching this camera. So we've had a lot of snow come down in far North Georgia, Northeast Georgia, down through I-20 and down towards Eatonton as well. Some good snowfall amounts, a couple of inches of snow on the ground in many locations. And for roads that are not those main roadways, this is what they're going to look like. They could be snow covered, they could be slick, and that compacts as cars drive over it, and that becomes icy and crunchy outside. So got to be really cautious driving. Another camera vantage point. This one's in Athens, where it looks a little bit better in downtown Athens than it did up in Blue Ridge, but we're watching that closely. This coastal storm, this nor'easter, is cranking up in a big way. We've got snow coming down in Raleigh, still some snow coming down in Charlotte, snow just picking up in Norfolk, and those Outer Banks getting hammered with strong gusty winds. And you know, those wind gusts here are currently gusting at times to 30. I think the airport center has been a little off today. We've had some gusts around 50, now it's or rather 60, and now it's showing 53. I think it's probably gusting closer to 35 or 40 miles an hour. So we think something might be up with our airport sensor in Atlanta at the moment, but certainly some gusty winds are happening now. And those wind gusts, let's see if I can pull up a map. I just want to show you big picture wind gusts. Here we go. So let's zoom out this camera, and we have strong winds here, but as that nor'easter cranks up, we're also going to see strong winds up across the East Coast as well. So let me pull up that's observation data on this map. So where we have the brighter colors, the wind gusts are stronger, really cranking up along the Outer Banks. And where we do have some lower visibility from snow blowing around, you know, that's a big deal. We don't see conditions in Georgia close to ground blizzard conditions. And that's a, you know, possibility here as we have snow on the ground and still winds that are blowing. The National Weather Service has canceled early the winter weather advisory. They're keeping that winter storm warning going. I think it's just because of the road impacts. There's no more accumulations of snow that are expected, but those temperatures are dropping and so are the road temperatures. We're now down to 20 in Atlanta, 12 in Blairsville. Clayton is 13, it's 17 in Canton. And the wind gusts at the moment, again, I showed you them, they're pretty strong, so that's taking our feels like temperatures down close to 0 degrees, and it is only 8 o'clock at night. It's only 8 o'clock and we're talking about wind chills dropping close to 0. Some of these wind chills could be as low as -5 in the metro tomorrow morning, and those wind chills could be as low as -10 across the North Georgia mountains first thing on Sunday. So dangerous wind chills, and that's why the National Weather Service has issued this extreme cold warning. It's on the map for all of North Georgia, and if we zoom that map out, you see that the extreme cold warnings stretch all the way to the Gulf Coast, down through Florida. Extreme cold warnings and cold weather advisories up through the mid-Atlantic as well, as this really frigid Arctic cold moves overhead. And I'll show you this wind pattern, and we'll take the, looks like the text is off of it. That's good. This here, this little purple area on the map, that's a pocket of very, very cold air that's come down from, we're just gonna call it from up in the poles, okay? So when jet stream weakens, sometimes our polar vortex circulation can get dislodged. A little piece of it can get kind of dislodged and thrown into the lower 48. And so essentially that's what's happened here with this really cold air right overhead, very dry air right overhead. That's with us through the rest of the weekend. Then we see it kind of changing, retreating, and look at the pattern as we get into next week. Little milder air moving in. So that tells us that we're almost done with this incredibly cold pattern, and we'll see some improvements as we move through the next couple of days. But tomorrow is still cold. We'll step out the door in the morning, dropping another few degrees with those temperatures and dropping a lot more than that with the wind chills. Wind chills falling down below 0 tonight, first thing tomorrow morning. Then by lunchtime on Sunday, wind chills around the low teens. We'll see the wind chills topping out in the 20s for the afternoon on Sunday. And then by Monday morning, we're back in the icebox again, but the winds are just not as brutal. So Monday morning wind chills generally in the mid and upper teens, some of us right around 20 degrees. So recapping your forecast for Sunday, if you got snowfall today, watch out for those roadways. Slick, icy, snow covered, or at least slick and icy roads, still a possibility. As we track really cold air in overnight tonight, things will refreeze on the road, adhere to the road. Even if they had brine on the road initially, then some snow came down. Brine becomes less effective when it's less than 20 degrees, and brine is not effective when it gets down to 15. So GDOT has other tools they can use in their toolkit like sand and rock salt. So you add a little traction to the mix. And they also have calcium chloride. That's another solution or kind of melting agent that they can put on the roadways. And they certainly are doing everything they can to try to get those roads in decent shape. You can see our coastal storm pulling off, sunshine back Monday, Tuesday. Then we see that little bit of moisture moving in Tuesday overnight into Wednesday morning. We'll have another system coming in, but that one is all rain. No snow, and the reason why is we are plenty warm enough for that. You can see on our 7-day forecast, we are still in a weather impact alert here. 35 tomorrow here in Atlanta. Still breezy, very cold outside. Monday morning back to a low of 23. 47 in the afternoon. 50s on the way for Tuesday. Rain showers coming in Tuesday night through Wednesday morning, and then we'll keep those temperatures in the 40s and low 50s for the end of the week. That's chilly, seasonably chilly, a little below average, but not nearly as cold as where we have been this weekend and where we're going to finish the weekend tomorrow as well. So check on those 4 Ps, people, pets, plants, pipes, all those for the weekend, and we'll get through this together. Live radar coming up next. We'll see you back here at the bottom of the hour for another extended update. Good evening. It is 8:30. Here's another update on 11 Live Plus on the exiting winter storm and the frigid temperatures that are with us as we head into tomorrow morning. Here's a list of some of the snow totals we've had so far. In this last 15 minutes, I've just spent some time compiling even more of these numbers, and I just want to read some off to you. Oglethorpe County out in eastern Georgia, couple of good totals. I mean, pretty hefty totals. We had Winterville, 7 inches of measured snowfall there. Or Arnoldsville, 5.8 inches of snow measured there. So some big winners so far coming in from Oglethorpe County. Madison County, Pocadilgo, that is 6 inches of snow for you. Hiawassee and Towns County, 6 inches there. We had in Clark County, so Athens, Clark County, Hull got 4.5 inches of snow. Lawrenceville and Gwinnett County, 4.25 inches of snowfall. We also had a lot of, 3 and 4 inch totals in Hall County. Lula had 4 inches. Rest Haven had 4 inches. And Gainesville, 3.75 inches of snowfall. And you can see some of those other snow totals here on the graphic on the right side of the screen. So that snow at this point is now done. In the aftermath of it, we're looking ahead to really 3 different impacts through tomorrow morning. Number one is the cold. I mean, these cold temperatures are nothing to play with. The wind chills are already dropping close to 0 degrees here in Atlanta and into the negatives north of the city. So wind chills tomorrow morning, minus 10 to 5 degrees, somewhere in there. And that means that with the cold air and the snow moving out, any areas on the roadways with it being so cold could refreeze. So I'm watching out for slick and icy conditions tomorrow morning here in North Georgia. And then as the cold continues, watch your pipes. We talk about the 4 Ps in cold weather: people, pets, plants, and pipes. And those pipes, when we see more than 50 consecutive hours at or below freezing, we start to see some issues with those pipes bursting and, freezing and bursting. I think the saving grace will be that some of us do climb above freezing tomorrow afternoon for a couple of hours. But if you have areas of your house that have uninsulated pipes and they are prone to freezing, you need to be watching those and thawing them out if you notice that they're starting to freeze up so that they don't freeze and burst. That would be the worst thing. So, cold air. When we were here a half an hour ago, I showed you this camera. This is one of our great cameras for setups like this where you can see the aftermath of snow. This is downtown Blue Ridge in Fannin County. So Fannin County picked up, like 2 to 4 inches of snow depending on where you were in the county. It wasn't a ton, but clearly we've still got snow-covered roads. And as you see that kind of glisten in the stoplights and everything, that's actually like icy conditions developing. So there's not many cars driving out in downtown Blue Ridge, nor in Athens at this time of the hour. That coastal storm really ramping up at this point. And I'll zoom in the radar a little bit more. The accumulating snowfall, the really, bigger stuff is winding down in Charlotte. There's just some light banding. We've got a little snow band here through the low country of South Carolina between Columbia and the eastern suburbs of Savannah. And then the really big snow picks up Myrtle Beach, Wilmington, kind of to the Outer Banks a little bit in North Carolina. And then it's hammer time there in eastern North Carolina through Norfolk, Virginia as well. So coastal storm ramping up. But at this point, for us in North Georgia, the accumulating snow is done. There might be a few flurries out there still this evening, but the bigger impact is the cold that's settling in. The winter storm alert will expire at 1 a.m. tonight. That winter storm pulls up the coast, and that's where the moisture is going to go. 12 degrees currently in Blairsville. It's 13 in Clayton, 20 at the moment in Atlanta. And we still have these strong gusty winds. We think that sensor at Atlanta's airport may be a little bit off, the anemometer, which measures the wind. It had measured some gusts today over 60 miles an hour, and most of the surrounding areas were, like in the 40 mile an hour range. But we still know it's a windy day out there. You can see this evening we're gusting consistently over 30 miles an hour all across North Georgia. So this is pulling those wind chills down. We see a wind chill of 5 in Covington, 5 in Marietta, 4 Peachtree City, and down to -2 in Clayton, Georgia there in Rabun County. Rabun County and that Habersham County line was some rough driving conditions earlier today. But The snow is done. The winds are with us now. It will stay gusty through the overnight. Some of those wind gusts could be 20 to 30 miles an hour, even through Sunday morning. You notice Sunday afternoon, we still keep a breeze, but as we see those peak wind gusts coming down a little bit, we'll see less separation in between the temperature and the wind chill. I'm still watching for those hazardous roadways east of the inner metro for the morning tomorrow. That's just for places that saw significant snow. If you just had that little coating or less, like barely a dusting on the grass and your driveway was okay, your roads are okay as well, but it's the areas that did see enough for it to stick to the roadways where we are looking at icing issues first thing tomorrow. And that means that there will be some closures in preparation and preparedness for the bitter cold tomorrow that could lead to icy conditions. So cold weather alerts, extreme cold warning. We've only had one of these issued before. That means the wind chill could drop down below zero here in Atlanta. Low temperature itself in the mid-teens here in the metro, single digits in the North Georgia mountains. See those wind chills though dropping tomorrow morning on either side of zero for Atlanta. North Georgia mountains, the wind chill could be 5 degrees below. It could be 10 degrees below. Could be a few spots even colder than that. Breezy winds are with us tomorrow, so we'll keep that separation between the temperature and the wind chill going. You can see at midday tomorrow, wind chills around 10 degrees, and then for the afternoon in the 20s. So there is a lot more cold to come, and that's why we've extended this weather impact alert. I am thankful that it still looks like we'll see some sunshine tomorrow, and many of us pop just above freezing. That means for areas in the sunshine that had snowfall, the sunshine's going to help to melt some of that powdery snow away. But in the shade, it's not warm enough to get a lot of that melting in. So expect still shady areas to be slick and snow covered heading into the day on Monday. And this could mean that you might be dealing with in your backyard some shady areas that still have plenty of snow on the ground. If you got 3 or more inches of snow, plenty of snow still on the ground as we head through Monday afternoon. But we're warming up, so we are going to get that thawing underway. 47 on Monday, Tuesday 57 degrees, Wednesday 52, and 40s for Thursday. Low temperatures also come up considerably, so that's going to all help how cold and frigid things are outside. Look at the forecast track. Coastal storm pulling out of here. We're dry for Monday and Tuesday. Clouds will increase on Tuesday afternoon. And then by Tuesday evening, we have some rain showers moving in. It's largely an overnight event through early Wednesday morning. That will clear out. Little colder air will follow. But this time with the next system coming in, it is just a rain system. It is not going to be a snow system. You can see on our 7-day forecast that chance of rain for Wednesday at 40% in the morning. Thursday, 48, partly cloudy skies. Looking dry to start next weekend as well with temperatures in the 50s. So in the interim, the immediate future, it's the cold we're worried about, the threat to the pipes, and the threat that cold plays to the roadways that had ice on them and snow on them today. They could be icy in the morning, and the threat to you if you're outside for long durations of time first thing tomorrow morning.
Hello, I'm meteorologist Danielle Moss with a weather impacts update for you. We have had a very busy day weather-wise. We've been tracking different snowstorms, a few snow bands that pushed through, and now things are finally calming down. So let's take a look and see what we are tracking right now. This is a look at our current radar. There's some clouds still lingering around. You can see some snow flurries really starting to sink in a little bit from Tennessee into northwest Georgia, portions of Dade County. And then as we take some of that cloud cover off, we can kind of see what you're seeing now on your screen. Those little gray lines are just light flurries that are still ongoing across central Georgia and even here in metro Atlanta. But the heavier snowfall, that is going to be down towards Waynesboro and Statesboro as well. Here's a closer look into that going into South Carolina, even some very light flurries near Savannah this evening. Here in metro Atlanta, we are almost completely done with all those flurries. We have one little spot that's picking up on some flurries, and that is really near I-85, and we are not really looking at any horrible conditions on our roads here in metro Atlanta. However, a look into Blue Ridge, look at this. This is what we were telling you about. This was our concern. Not only is it very cold, but you can see that that road has already frozen over. So that snowfall is locked in, and that's going to be a slippery mess. It is a downslope, so either people going up or coming down it, that's going to be a slippery mess. Even earlier, we could see some of the wind blowing the snow off the top of that building. You can see the camera has a little bit of a shake. One thing for certain, the winds are very high this evening, and that is really contributing to our wind chill factor and what it feels like. This is a look into our University of North Georgia camera. There's not many lights here, but you can see this car trying to slowly but surely make its way onto campus. It is definitely a very slick mess there. Over in Athens, the roads actually look better this week than what they did last week, because right now we're just talking about snowfall. We weren't talking about that ice like what we saw. Even good news, we are starting to see the National Weather Service scale back some of their advisories. That winter weather advisory has been scaled back for our viewing area. We are still under this winter storm warning, and they'll probably leave it in place until 1 a.m. before they start to scale some of those counties back. Even better news, as far as snowfall is concerned, we are starting to get a little bit of a break from that, which is great. In fact, by Sunday morning at 6:30 a.m., we are going to be mostly dry, which is great, but we're going to be very cold. That's the next part of this weather story for us. So currently it's 21 degrees here in metro Atlanta, 12 degrees in Blairsville and in Clayton, 17 degrees in Canton as well. When we talk about what it feels like outside, that is what matters the most, because it actually feels like 3 degrees here in metro Atlanta. It feels like -2 in the North Georgia mountains, and it feels like 7 degrees over in Athens. This is another reason why we have this extreme cold warning in place. So we're looking at cold advisories for most of Tennessee, parts of Mississippi, going back into Louisiana, even portions of Texas under that cold weather advisory. But this extreme cold warning, which is a new product issued by the National Weather Service, it actually covers portions of Alabama, Georgia, South Carolina, North Carolina, even moving up into Virginia. It means for here in Georgia, it could feel like -5 to 5 degrees. And we're already seeing that happen in the North Georgia mountains where it feels like -2. And here in metro Atlanta, it feels like 7. Over the next 12 hours, our temperatures are going to be very cold. The white temperatures are your actual temperatures. And then those blue, smaller, single-digit temperatures, that's what it's going to feel like. So if you have any early morning plans, it could feel like maybe the warmest 9 degrees at 10 a.m. So make sure that you bundle up. Make sure you wear multiple layers as well. Your Sunday planner does show that by 11 a.m. we'll start to see more sunshine coming through. However, it's still going to feel very cold. So when we're looking at our actual temperature at 3 p.m., which is one of the warmest parts of the day, it'll be 34, but it could feel like 24 out there. So it's going to feel very cold pretty much all day long. You need to make sure that you're wearing multiple layers. Take this cold very seriously, because you don't want to be outside for too long. Even when we put in our feels like forecast track, Sunday at 5:30 a.m., it could feel like 0 degrees here in Metro Atlanta, but even at 11:30, there are still a lot of churches that are going to be meeting tomorrow morning. And 11:30 a.m., it's going to feel like 11 degrees here in Metro Atlanta, 6 degrees in Blairsville, 17 degrees down in Eatonton, and around 12 degrees over in Carrollton. So it doesn't matter where you are going to be impacted by this cold snap. Make sure that you are prepared for it. Here's a 7-day forecast. We have a weather impact alert for Sunday and Monday morning because of those cold temperatures. We will rebound though by Tuesday. Our high is going to be 57 degrees. It's going to feel great. There's a 40% chance for some rain showers on Wednesday. We drop back down into the upper 40s for your Thursday, and then back to the 50s as we head into the weekend. Next weekend should be a weekend where we're not facing any winter weather as of right now, which is great news for us. But our temperatures on Tuesday, that's going to feel great. If you're trying to get your car washed, get some of this salt and brine off of your car, Tuesday is the day that you might want to try it. It might rain on Wednesday morning, but you know what? 57 degrees, that's a prime day to wash that car. I'm meteorologist Danielle Moss. I will continue to update you throughout the rest of this evening. We'll have another update at 9:30 if you want to stay on or hop back on and see what our forecast is. For now, I'll put on some radar loops so you can forecast for yourself over the next few minutes. Hello, I'm meteorologist Danielle Moss with another weather impact update for you. Today has been a day, but we're starting to see things winding down. So we're going to talk a little bit more about what we saw and what happened today. Here's a look at our current satellite and radar. Cloud cover is still very thick. We have some very light snow bands still making their way through northwest Georgia. That's technically out of our viewing area, but I know a lot of people who live up there who have family members, and we all know someone who lives in northwest Georgia, at least have heard of someone who lives in northwest Georgia. Here's a closer look here at home across metro Atlanta. We do have a few light flurries still falling as the rest of this very dry snow continues to try to push off to the east. Heavier snowfall is into the Carolinas right now. We don't have to worry about that at all. In fact, even further down to the south into the east, close to Macon, a little bit north of Macon, moving near Statesboro and Sylvania, even near Waynesboro, even some light snow there in Augusta, but we are still mainly dry at this moment. Some of us are having some light snow flurry pockets. That's what those little gray dots are on this satellite and radar. Nothing that's too extensive. But let's talk a little bit about snowfall totals for today. In fact, Beaufort so far has been the winner chicken dinner with 6 inches of snowfall reported there. Cleveland, Georgia, North Georgia mountains in White County, that's around 4 inches, as well as Jefferson. And Cleveland and Jefferson got some pretty significant ice last weekend with the system that came through. East Forsyth County had around 3.5 inches of snow, and Brazelton had around 2 inches of snow. Here's some more. Winterville, 7 inches of snow. Fits the name, Winterville. Commerce around 6, as well as Hiawassee, and Arnoldsville almost 6 inches of snow. So we had some really significant snowfall totals here today. And, you know, even though you didn't see the big accumulations, you might have at least saw that in other parts of our state, they got some really significant snow, and most of us at least had a flurry or two. Here's a look at what you need to know. The frigid temperatures are going to continue. Sunday morning when you wake up, it is going to feel very cold, anywhere from -10 to 5 degrees. That's about it for your Sunday morning. So make sure you dress in layers as you get ready to leave the house, and take your time on the roads. You could definitely be seeing some refreezing and some very slick and icy roads as well. Watch your pipes, because those temperatures are going to be into the 20s for most of the day tomorrow. So it's going to be another day where we could be seeing some pipes and some water leaks, and definitely want to make sure that you drip those faucets overnight tonight, because it's going to get dangerously cold once again. Here's a look at those roads that I was telling you about once again in Blue Ridge. They're just getting worse and worse. The longer they sit with less people traveling, they don't have anyone obviously plowing the roads, and thank goodness no one's trying to come down this hill, but it is definitely a mess. And we talk about the wind chill and what it's going to feel like tomorrow. You can see that bounce of that camera. That lets you know that the winds are pretty high, and sometimes you can see the winds blowing some of that snow off the rooftop there as well. Even into Dahlonega, things are a nice, beautiful winter wonderland this evening. And in Athens, the roads aren't as bad as what you all saw last weekend when we were talking about ice, but there's still some snowfall you can see on the grassy areas and on the elevated areas as well. So just make sure you're taking your time wherever you are around the state, and just go easy, because even if you didn't see a lot of accumulations, like here in Atlanta, we don't have the treacherous roads like the people in Gwinnett County do, right? But the trade-off for that is you have to make sure that you are paying close attention, because when the winds are blowing so high, they might blow that snow into a pile, and then it freezes somewhere else, and then you have a nice little patch of black ice. So make sure that you are just taking your time on the roadways here for really the next few days, even going into your Monday. We're still going to remain in this winter storm warning for a while. This isn't going to expire until 1 a.m. on Sunday. I'm sure they're probably going to keep this intact just because those roads are definitely treacherous in some areas. They might scale some back before 1 a.m., but you know, it is okay. We do know that we got some winter weather today, and we are still seeing some light flurries fall right now. So that's another reason why they're going to keep that in place for the next few hours. Now, we're going to start to see sunshine peeking through for your Sunday morning. However, it's just going to be cold out there. That's going to be the big weather story going forward, is how cold it is. Even right now, it's 21 degrees here in metro Atlanta, but when you factor in the wind chill, it feels more like 3 degrees. Feels like -2 in Clayton and 7 degrees over in Athens. It's a Saturday night. I know a lot of people are probably getting ready to go out or headed out right now. Make sure that you bundle up. Make sure you wear multiple layers. Make sure that you are prepared for that possibility of brutally cold temperatures and wind chills, because it's going to feel very cold outside. So that's another reason why we have this extreme cold warning in place. It doesn't happen very often. It isn't one of the newer products with the National Weather Service, but you just need to make sure that you're taking it seriously. Cold weather will be here, so make sure that you and your family are prepared. Over the next 12 hours, we're going to continue to fall into the teens overnight. When you wake up early Sunday morning, it's going to be around 17 degrees and feel like 2. So that gives you kind of an indication of how cold it's going to be and how windy it will be as well. Even at 10 a.m. when it's 22 degrees, the winds will make it feel like 8 degrees. We'll warm up a little bit tomorrow. We'll actually get above that freezing level of 32 degrees, which is great news. But it's not going to allow a lot of melting. We could be seeing some refreezing happening once again, because you can see by 7 p.m. we will already be back below that freezing mark. So anything that melts has a great potential to refreeze tomorrow. And, you know, some of the roads just, there's not much they can do about it, like neighborhoods, small surface streets. So just make sure you're just taking it easy. Here's a look at our forecast track for the feels like temperatures. It's going to get very cold once again. And I think that this puts it in perspective of what you can see, not just here in Atlanta, but around our viewing area. Tonight at 10:30, it could feel like -5 in Blairsville and in Clayton. It could feel like 1 degree in Duluth. It could feel like 5 down in Peachtree City and Noonan. And then even as you get closer to early Sunday morning, some people have to get up early on Sunday morning. If you're going out to church, if you're going to brunch, it doesn't matter what you're doing on Sunday. You need to make sure you're dressed in multiple layers of clothes, because it is going to feel so cold, even as you head into your late morning hours for tomorrow. This cold weather will be staying around until Monday morning, so we won't really be seeing those temperatures climbing again until we get to Tuesday. Tuesday, our high will be near 57 degrees. Our weather impacts alert is over with on Monday morning for that cold air, but it's still going to be cold on Tuesday morning. It'll still be below that freezing mark. So as you get the kiddos ready for school in the next few days, make sure they have on multiple layers of clothes. Make sure they are prepared for that cold weather, because it's going to be staying around in those morning hours and in the evening hours for the next couple of days. But we're looking forward to that 57 degree on Tuesday. Hey, keep it right here. We're going to give you another update coming up at around 10 p.m. and then another one at 10:30. Then we'll be on 11 Alive at 11. I'm meteorologist Danielle Moss. Another weather impact update for you. Here's a look at our current satellite and radar. We are finally starting to see things really settle down across the area. Most of the snowfall that we were looking at has really started to settle. Some of that snow that was moving through northwest Georgia earlier, around 30 minutes ago, we're starting to see it kind of shift a little bit further south but west of Atlanta. So moving through portions of really Cobb County, Paulding County, maybe even some light snow flurries getting close to Carrollton as well. But that's all, just snow flurries. It is going to add on to whatever's on the roads right now. Most of this area is mostly clear, so I'm not really concerned about the roadways there. With the winds being so high, it'll just be some blowing flurries across the interstates. Even off to our east into portions of really the Georgia and Carolina state line. That's where we're seeing the heavies of the snow across the state. And here in metro Atlanta, we do have a few light flurry spots, but that's about it. Nothing of too much concern. Let's show you some of the things that you all have been sending in to us. We want you, first of all, to join our 11 Live Weather Impacts Facebook group. It is a great way for you to stay up to date with all of the different things and all the things that people are showing outside of their window and in their yards. And we have gotten so many awesome photos and videos today, so we wanted to show you some of them. Just go to that Facebook page. It's the 11 Live Weather Impacts Facebook group. Select yes for the questions and we'll let you in and you can see all the great photos. This is in Gainesville. You can see nearly 2 inches of snow there in Gainesville. A beautiful, beautiful shot of a bird on a bird feeder there in Clayton in North Georgia. This is probably one of my favorite though, in Raven Gap from Karen Stewart. This little pup is just having a blast, and that's how you're supposed to do a snow day. Have fun with it, stay at your house and enjoy. Also in Beaufort, Sarah Kelly Davis sent us in this photo with her pup and her kid. I mean, people have really enjoyed themselves today, and I love that for them. Here's looking to Grayson, which is also in East Georgia. That's about 2 inches of snowfall, and even in Towns County, you can see a beautiful covering. That has to be maybe 3 or 4 inches of snow, maybe even 5. Look at that bench there. Absolutely gorgeous winter wonderland there. Here's what you need to know going forward. We're going to be still expecting these really frigid temperatures to be continuing. It could feel like anywhere from -10 to 5 degrees. So just make sure that you are bundled up, dressing in layers, taking it easy on those roadways, because you definitely could be seeing some impacts on the roads. If you got any snowfall today, from flurries all the way up to 5, 6, 7 inches, make sure you're taking your time on the roads if you have to get out, because even with the flurries, you could be seeing some patches of black ice. And if you got more than that, you already know that those roads are not in the best of shape. In fact, here's a look into Blue Ridge. Even though they are used to that snow, what happens right now is this is a look at the refreezing process. So a lot of people have traveled on this road earlier this evening, and people are going in and out of this restaurant here. Now things have settled. Most people are inside. It's very cold outside. People are not driving, so the roads are definitely really sheets of ice, maybe even slush in some areas. You do not want to be rushing. You do not want to be driving fast at all. Here's a live look into our Dahlonega camera. The roads are a little bit better there, but people are still driving really, really slow, which is opposed to in Athens, where the roads are actually pretty decent. I'm sure that there are some patches of black ice. I'm sure there's patches of ice there as well, because they got some pretty good snowfall. But right now, most of the main roads are looking okay. Here is a look at our winter storm warning. We are still included in that here in metro Atlanta, but I don't think they're going to trim this down. If they do, it'll be later on. With all those snow flurries still falling right now, especially we're starting to see some really light snow flurries develop west of Atlanta. That's going to keep that winter storm warning intact, which is fine. We know that the flurries are happening. It's just kind of like a heads up, like, hey, this could be happening. Over the next few hours, we don't have to worry about any more snow, which is great. We're going to dry out. We're going to see a lot of sunny skies for tomorrow, but unfortunately, we're going to be talking about much colder weather. Here's a look at our current temperatures. It is 20 degrees here in metro Atlanta. When you factor in the winds, it feels much colder than that. In fact, we're actually 21 degrees colder than what we were this time yesterday here in metro Atlanta. Gainesville is 24 degrees colder, and Thomaston is even 20 degrees colder. And that is also not really helping when we talk about our wind gusts. Look at this. Recently, there was a 49-mile-an-hour wind gust here in metro Atlanta, a 51-mile-an-hour wind gust in Peachtree City. That's like severe weather coming through. Those winds are so high. The winds are going to continue to stay high, and we can feel the impacts. Now take a look at Canton. It feels like -1 in Canton, Georgia right now. That's cold. And this is not the worst of it. Our high winds are going to continue overnight tonight. Our temperature is going to continue to fall, and it's going to feel much colder than that over the next few hours. So you want to make sure that you are dressing appropriately. This extreme cold warning is in place until Sunday at 1 p.m. Our weather impact alert goes until Monday morning, but this extreme cold warning goes in place until Sunday afternoon. You can see temperatures are going to continue to fall overnight tonight. Feel like 3 degrees. This here in Metro Atlanta could feel like 3 degrees at 5 a.m. And even at 11 a.m. it could feel like 12. So just make sure you're prepared. Yes, we'll have plenty of sunshine tomorrow, but our temperatures just won't be where we should be. In fact, if we could get to the 40s, that would be great. But it still would feel like maybe the upper 20s because the winds are going to be so gusty throughout the day. Our Feels Like Futurecast track shows exactly what I'm saying. We're not just making this up. 5:30 a.m. it's going to feel like 0 degrees here in Metro Atlanta. Could feel like -2 in Canton. It already feels like -1 in Canton right now, but in the morning it could feel even colder. Blairsville, Clayton, up in North Georgia, could feel like -10 degrees, and even Sunday at 11:30 a.m. could feel like 11 degrees here in Metro Atlanta. So it's very important that you bundle up throughout the day, not just for tomorrow, but as you prepare for the next few mornings. It's going to continue to stay cold. Our temperatures on Tuesday back up into the mid-50s. That's what we like to see. That's where we should be for this time of the year. We just have not been there. So we need that warmer weather to come on in. It's going to feel great. We have another cold front that comes through, though, on Wednesday, maybe providing a little bit of rain, and then our temperatures will be falling and then climbing once again. So just make sure you are prepared. I'll do another weather update for you at around 10:30. So keep it right here. And here's a few radar loops so you can track your own weather. I'm meteorologist Danielle Moss, another weather impact update for you. This is my last one before we go on air at 11 p.m., but I wanted to talk a little bit about the roadways and what's happening outside. Here's a look into Metro Atlanta around the 285 perimeter, and things are moving excellent. That's exactly what we like to see. But in East Georgia, where they got the most snowfall, you can see right here at the 985 split, things are still very slow. There's some portions that are red. That means that it is almost at a standstill. And even in Athens, things are very, very slow. And in Jefferson, right in between Gainesville and Athens, man, the traffic is still moving slow. And you can see in Blue Ridge that roads definitely can be treacherous in some places, especially if you're talking about areas that were not treated or plowed, so like neighborhoods and surface streets. If you're on a main highway or main interstate, you might have a little bit better luck. But if you got any snowfall greater than an inch, you need to just stay at home tomorrow and tonight as well. Let's take a look at our radar and what we're seeing right now. We're still seeing some light snow flurries really develop really west of Atlanta. There's still some heavier snowfall moving through the Carolinas, but we're not going to be seeing any heavy snowfall anymore. As you would have paused to it, some of West Atlanta right now getting some very light, and I do mean light, snow flurries. There's some heavier snowfall right there along the coast and around the state line going into South Carolina. And here at Metro Atlanta, we are mostly dry and mostly done with any snow. Here's some look at some snow totals for you. Buford, 6 inches of snow. In Union and Fannin County, a little bit over 3¼ inch of snow. And even in Winterville, 7 inches of snow. That's probably the greatest snowfall total that we've seen so far. And it's definitely been very winter wonderland-esque into North and East Georgia this afternoon and really this evening as well. We're still going to continue to stay in this weather impact alert and this winter storm warning until tomorrow morning. For that winter storm warning, our weather impact alert goes until Monday morning. Here is a look at our forecast track. We will be done with the heavier snowfall, but we still could be seeing some light flurries like what we're seeing right now over in West Georgia. Just that moisture still being pulled in from really the north. It's coming in from that system that is off the coast of the Carolinas. Really is closer to Virginia by now. Here's what our current temperatures. It's 20 degrees here in Metro Atlanta, 10 degrees in Buffalo. You can see that system that I was telling you about that's off the coast of the Carolinas, moving really close to Richmond there. Temperatures in Philly, 16 degrees, 12 degrees in St. Louis, and it's 38 degrees in Denver. That speaks volumes that we are colder than the temperature in Denver this evening. Here's a look at our current temperatures around the map. Yes, we're 20 degrees here in Metro Atlanta, but it's 11 degrees up in North Georgia and 19 degrees down in Covington. We're 21 degrees colder than what we were this time yesterday here in Metro Atlanta. Gainesville is 24 degrees colder. So temperature is playing a large part in what it feels like outside, but the wind gusts are not helping. In fact, we have a 51-mile-an-hour wind gust recorded recently in Peachtree City and a 49-mile-an-hour wind gust here in Metro Atlanta. Our feels like temperature speaks volumes. Right now it feels like 2 degrees here in Metro Atlanta. Feels like -3 up in the North Georgia mountains and in Clayton. Feels like 7 degrees over in Athens and 10 degrees down in LaGrange. Now you can see why the entire state is under that extreme cold warning until Sunday at 1 p.m. because it could feel like -5 to 5 degrees. And over the last 20 hours, we've definitely seen our temperatures take a dip. In fact, 2 a.m. we were at 32 degrees, so right at that freezing line. And then we have just been into the 20s pretty much all day long today. And that wind chill has not helped out at all. Same with tomorrow. We'll be our actual temperature will be higher than what we had today, but unfortunately it will not feel much warmer than what we were today. And that's going to be the trend going into Sunday morning. Those feels like temperatures were for Atlanta. So here's a look around other parts, especially north of Atlanta. It could feel like -2 early in the morning. Make sure you have your heat on overnight. Make sure that you drip those faucets and pay close attention to your pipes and your pets and your people and your elderly. No pets should be outside tonight because it's going to be so cold. Even as we look into Monday morning, it's going to be very cold then as well. 7-day forecast shows we have this weather impact alert until Monday morning. Temperature is climbing back into the upper 50s for your Tuesday, and that's going to be a much needed break from all of this cold. It's been a while since we've been into the mid to upper 50s, but we're finally going to get there on Tuesday. Make sure you enjoy it while you can, and make sure you tune in to 11 Alive at 11. We'll have the latest on all of the winter storm that happened today, as well as a look at fresh models for what you can expect for the rest of your week.